everybody, and welcome back to the Limbus Company. Alrighty, so some of you are about to be disappointed with what I'm about to say, and some of you are going to be excited. In this episode, we are going to be taking on the rebellion of the Pilgrimage of Compassion, the Arknights crossover event. I was hoping that I could finish Honglu's chapter before I did it, however, we're almost out of time, and once it goes away, it's gone for good, so yeah, it's quite literally now or never, so we're gonna do it. I know there's quite a few of you who have mentioned that apparently there's quite a hard boss coming up in Honglu's chapter, so looking forward to that, but it's time to do the event. This story takes place after spring cultivation. Well, let's hope there's not many spoilers then. Oh, there's a hard mode too? Really? Well, we're just gonna do the normal mode for now. The Unknown Sea. Oh, interesting. We're only allowed to use... Oh, okay. But we're all level 55. Oh. I was exploring a lobotomy corp branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Soda told us that Hongwan's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey. And deep blue. It was fathomously blue, but seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I gonna be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Oh, you're not voiced. Oh. Here I was thinking that I wouldn't have to give voices to these characters. This is Bunny Rabbit Girl, right? By the way, I literally don't know a single thing about Arknights. All I know is that they have weird, like, or no, is that the same thing? Arknights is the one where they have, like, the little crowns above them, right? Or am I'm thinking of something totally different. Uh-oh. All I know is that it has mods literally in every single workshop, every mod forum, there's something about Arknights. That's basically all I know, and I think they have little blue crowns. I don't even know what she looks like.
Are you Dante?
Oh. The fog of my vision clears as a voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yeah, I am.
Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too.
So who are... I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt a drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So where...
We're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling?
A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Or is that Liberia? I don't know. I'm gonna say Iberia.
Yes, we're in Iberia.
Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me.
I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute.
I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then! The fog in my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Also, she understands me, and that just clicked as well.
Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for.
So this clock head does come in handy. Here, wait a minute, I can do this. I have such a dumb idea. Here we go. Hang on a minute. Manager bud. That was stupid. I actually got up and came back. Dante! I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Hoglu! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and whew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp branch Chichun told us about? Ah, yeah. No. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought it was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. There was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede. Gregor's voice is all over the place right now. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but it doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said.
The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way.
Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that... It's all a lot to take in.
It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya.
Amiya? Amiya. I don't know.
I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amiya.
I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Yeah, it seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big pharmaceutical corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is. At all.
As far as I know, there aren't many organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo.
Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. Me too. So, what you're saying is we're not in the city anymore?
It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it.
Well, maybe we stumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts of the ruins. Probably.
Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world.
If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress.
I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here.
Really?
Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. To something we've never observed before, so...
Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. I wouldn't. Where'd all the other sinners go, anyway? A bit late on the update to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think?
They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course.
You know, I'd never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yisong are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud.
We got the news earlier thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't.
Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any other way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done.
Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier?
Uh-huh. Right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're gonna have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up.
I would like to accompany you there.
Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do.
Haha, I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them. But I did get a briefing before the mission.
Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amia? Amia?
This character I know. This is the white-haired girl with, like, the cat ears, and she's wearing, like, the green and white outfit, right? I think I know who that is. I know who Cal's... I'll wait until she shows up to try and pronounce her name to give me some more time. But I think I know who that one is. Oh, God, I have to say it. That didn't last long. We followed Dr. Tits? Oh, God. That cannot be how you say that. Directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amia? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oripathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there! As we stood about confused, Amia, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? You're Ocean Girl, aren't you? You're the girl, the freaking Darkest Dungeon modded girl. You're that one. You're the one that, like, summons the weird sharks. Yeah, okay, I think I know you. There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... Come on. Better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisong! Ishmael! Dante! Dante! You are unharmed. Ugh, and here I was getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amia here. Amia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. I don't know how to say her name either. Sakati? Scotty. Ah, there we go. I think I got it. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Cal Tits mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me.
Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. Huh. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters. Unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It's as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids?
I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say?
That's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Huh.
More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle.
Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out! You have a narrator, but you couldn't narrate your own character? Okay. That's fine. Deep Sea Slider. Slam down. If target has 6+ sinking, clash power +1 at 33% or less HP. Convert all coins on this skill to unbreakable coins. On hit without cracking, inflict 3 sinking. On hit, inflict 1 nervous impairment. Ripping Mutilation. If target has 6+ sinking, clash power +1, same deal. On hit, inflict +2 sinking count. On hit, inflict 1 sinking nervous impairment. Max stack 30. At 30 stack, become staggered. Then take fixed damage equal to 25% of max HP and remove this effect. Ugh. Nasty. Abyssal Horror. Inflict +2 more sinking potency on hit against targets without sinking. And this one's super dangerous. Nethersea Brand Utopia. When on top of Nethersea Brand, gain clash power +2 and double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted on hit. Okie dokie. And you're all the same thing, so... Oh, it's this guy. Alright. Well, we're favored with everything, so that's good enough. Here we go. By the way, I'm purposely using weaker identities. For now. Ow. So it doesn't do anything yet, but it will. Okay. Yeah, we'll be fine. We win all these clashes. See, what I tell you. Dead. Okay, that gives us a bit of SP back as well. Good stuff. You know what? Time to spend some bullets. Die. Donk. Bye-bye. That's saying the least of it, Amiya. Okay, we do lose a clash, but oh well, that's what we want. You fell directly into my trap. We didn't hit heads a single time that time. Oof. Okay, we can get absolute resonance here. If we lose this clash, that's fine. Then we go double blue into a yellow. Okay, good stuff. Actually, really good damage. Okay, winning all the clashes, good stuff. Yisong manages to win despite everything. We are going to need to use his green skill because he needs some sanity back. Funny enough, it seems that that is exactly how this is going to work out. This is one-sided, so I'm totally fine doing that. Then we can get absolute resonance, and then we go for the double colors. Ideally, we prevent ourselves from becoming negative 45 SP this turn. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
어이구, 생각보다 잘 들어갔네.
Okay, Gregor, about to get a stagger. Good stuff.
생각보다 잘 들어갔네.
Donk. Now we get our SP back. Ugh! 52 damage just for that. And then I'm all but certain that you are dead. You know what? I'll even go for a counter.
좋아, 간다.
Wasn't needed.
기록해두지.
Farewell.
표적 완전 무력화.
After hearing her voice, I think Tifrith would be quite fitting for her. But I'm not gonna do that.
All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone.
Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. Yeah, you could say that again. It would have taken us a whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. They did. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm.
Strange people who transform. And a head of clock.
I guess they're both technically true.
Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating.
Nice to meet you. I guess.
I only hear a ticking clock.
Ooh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is.
Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, too. But, I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey.
Why are we rhyming so much? We're rhyming like crazy. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past. We don't speak of him, Dante. But I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Vergilius can, I guess? Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Hong Lu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back.
I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Yisang.
Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise.
How long's the journey?
No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know it's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time.
Then why the clock head?
I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head.
The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this?
The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes. While it is true that they pose certain difficulties,
They were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish.
She's just telling us to be on our guard, right?
Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person.
I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry. So I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it?
It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together.
The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. I don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city, either. Oh yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. Be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there, where... Oh boy. Well, we know who this is. We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Ooh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakable, sonorous, and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Dawn's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of Vestal Mephistopheles, shall never— Ah! Stop! Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with most fantastic tales of adventures within the great Manager Esquire! I'm not gonna yell that. Verily, thou hast returned, with Manager Esquire safely in tow. Well, he found Clockhead. Clockhead. There we go.
Burning clock for a head?
When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head.
Why would someone like that visit our humble village?
While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm.
Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of the Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while.
With us?
We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhode Islands are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia.
As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so.
Ah, you are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed.
To be more precise, by saviors they are only referring to Faust and Otis.
Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So, I'm guessing something did happen.
They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival.
What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition?
Oh no! What do we do? After all we went through to get here.
Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are.
Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon.
Oh no. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's stink, then PTSD.
You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is.
I don't think stink is a good way to get started either. We're just going through all the voices.
Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. Ugh, I don't think they're in any shape to help us out.
Perhaps we could inquire as to as to our whereabouts ere we are decide our lodging.
That sentence was so difficult to say. What? Yeah, good enough. Yisong was just stumbling his words.
While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps.
I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though. I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp either.
I ask again, what business do outsiders have here?
Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter.
We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company.
Yeah, you get the point. Yeah, that. Fixers of Oi! Don't you know when to keep it down?
Fixers?
That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so.
Chief.
This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand.
Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues?
It seems that to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust?
The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient.
You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint?
You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you.
In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps, by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came.
Does that mean we could find a way back somewhere out there in the sea?
Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch.
A hunch? Sensing the the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. Oh, you're cut off again. Welcome back, W Corp Faust. Always a pleasure. If we're really in a different world, even her that has to be
no issues were encountered in the repair process.
Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice.
My connection to Gestelcraft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante.
So it's still connected, at least?
Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation.
Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension?
The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train.
So, to get back where we came from...
Indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution.
And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea?
Yes. Well, I am also a genius, after all.
Oh, just had to get that in there. Ami conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. It looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for.
With high likelihood, yes.
At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days, then. How did you manage last night?
Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest.
Still, we weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed.
It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account.
They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh?
As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Radia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know?
She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Yeah, they did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy.
No need to concern yourselves so much with our hospitality. Hospitality, rather. Hospitality. Quite a joke. We say that amongst ourselves. You've done more than enough to earn your keep.
I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice. Hey! I gave him a low, rumbling voice, I think, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? Sorry about that noise. My cat wanted out.
We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity, at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night.
Ooh, you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself.
Hey, you speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleep with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday.
You'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you. But we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate.
Honored guests?
I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude for you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Ha ha.
I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief?
The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded.
Welcome to Ferro Muerto. You're welcome.
I almost started giving him an accent there.
You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who have helped repair the vessel.
Ooh, you better not come back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe?
Hey, Chief,
What is it?
just how are you surviving out here? By the sea?
Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive.
The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left.
I'm going. Can't learn much more from here.
Huh? You going somewhere at this hour? Well, it's not like we have to worry about sweepers. Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in.
Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast.
You. Do you understand the... Ager?
Ager? Ager? Ager? I don't know.
Ager language?
Ager language? No.
Dante, Scotty just spoke in Agarian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty in the Chief's conversation because I don't speak Agarian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning.
Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see.
You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island.
Will do.
Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kind of worried.
She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Ah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already.
Oh, yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Oh, this doesn't look like a bad place to stay at all. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us.
Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, smoke has an exit. Whoa! I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke.
It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup.
You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No! 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 You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again! Not after what you cooked up last time!
While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows' viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment.
Right! Don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this. Remember?
Did we?
See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? We were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews.
Ooh. Does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again?
Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient.
I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment.
Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned.
They might have lost their comms devices. Or maybe they ran into some other trouble.
Could they be in danger?
I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kalstit, they're both more than capable to look after themselves.
Long have this curiosity lingered within me. Thus, allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction?
Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiment seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide.
There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy.
Oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it. Something more restless, more sinister.
It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra.
Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment.
Isang began with a dark expression.
Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too.
I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious?
No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague.
Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk.
So what's the problem then?
We're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window.
Then Rhodes Island's goal has to be...
Yes, it is important to develop a cure for... Oropathy. Oropathy?
I don't know how to say this word. I want to call it Oropathy, but that's clearly not it. Oripathy. Oripathy. Let's try it. Let's do that.
I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected.
It's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. Oh, for truth!
Yes, the city, this world. We both live in a world full of surprises, don't we?
What kind of world did you come from? This city.
What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's crap.
Ugh, it's an irrational place, full of absurdities.
Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved.
We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do.
It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining.
You did say something like that last time.
Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worthy not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice to... Dawn jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down.
Don Quixote, watch out!
Whoa. A spy! Killer! And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Dawn. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot? You gotta apologize first. Lass seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries?
Two?
Two? Pray tell, to what? How the heck do we want Elf Girl to talk? I don't know, bro. I only have so far of a vocal range. I have an idea.
It's not Tifrith, okay? Look, I know I'm doing Tifrith right now, but it's not Tifrith, alright? I'm just trying to get in the right vocal. Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The the Fixers of Justice rose up to do what?
Oh, oh, hast thou come to hear?
Oh boy, she's got a fan. Oh no.
Hast thou come to hear me? Come to me to hear the tale of Fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down.
Oh. Is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep.
Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early for an hour of tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here.
Oh, you ungovernable fool! Calm down, we don't even know who she is! And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep.
Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center.
Yeah. Can't quite. Oh, wait. I got it. Haha. On accident, too. That's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But
I don't think I can do that voice. No, I'm gonna keep trying though.
we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. I'm... How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps.
Oh, a nice guy. So he had a granddaughter.
Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun.
Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood.
Like Rodya said, while we didn't see mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young.
You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything.
It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors.
There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though I would like to know why.
My. So there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village?
No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all.
If that's the case, I guess I can understand why you'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are...
I'm good. I had enough to get an idea.
You did?
Oh, pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber?
Mayors tapped aside of the wall, the part of it that was still standing, anyway, and smiled ironically.
Bad soundproofing. I can hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day.
She's very slowly turning into Tipperith.
Verily, I see.
I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once.
I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city?
Indubitably. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with a tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath...
Suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip.
But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are?
What? You take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's all that noise all over.
And he's out. Perfect. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor.
Well, for all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did.
Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well.
Meanwhile, the picture of the Zwei Association's first section.
Though the night was no longer young, Dawn was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she?
Ooh.
I guess it's okay, since Mayer seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not asleep yet, approached me.
This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves?
No, of course not. Dawn's stories are usually those of other famous people.
But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself.
Well, I guess, if you really want me to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Dawn's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. Yeah, we wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it.
Haha, that's true. I hope there will come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future.
Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Dawn's tales.
Wow, what happened then?
Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh.
Dawn was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongwan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Dawn's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted. What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that!
Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated.
Ha ha ha! That's Tales of Adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is too realistically and as is, right? You know.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the voice. I'm officially throwing in the towel on that voice. So, therefore...
Not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So, I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories.
But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place?
It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're gonna have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition.
You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that?
That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled.
Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition?
Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel und Hammer we saw back at Kol aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten.
According to Dr. Kalstit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos.
That its inquisitors are the rapier the sword. Dude, I saw a rap and I'm like, oh. oh, that would have been a super different type.
Rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though.
Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with its incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns.
Fie! An organization that worships those monsters? Well, you better be careful, Don. You're talking to one. That has to be what it is, right? Like, isn't that Scotty's thing too? Isn't she like? She's like a fish. I think. I don't know. Are you a fish too? Are you one of the shark things? I think. Is that what they are? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something totally different. But no. Because Scotty, like. Okay, the only thing that I know about Scotty, I don't know, is that in Darkest Dungeon, the modded version of her summons a shark dude. I think he's called like an Oceanborn or something. And so it's like a kindred spirit thing. So I assume that she's a shark person. So you're probably a shark person because you have like the same weird stare that Scotty does, I guess. I don't know. That's just my prediction, but either way. It seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go.
I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common.
See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up. So following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them.
Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns?
Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong.
Anyways,
Moving on.
it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep.
For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy.
It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of citizens.
Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died.
Must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure.
For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze.
Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so,
Run down.
indeed?
Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys.
A new path?
Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow, too?
This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh?
Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too.
I don't. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor, with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives that its people led, were just as difficult as they were anywhere else.
It's so big.
Amazing. I didn't know that there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas.
I think I said that incorrectly, but I tried.
Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed.
Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessels that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time.
Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine. Remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust.
Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough.
Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles.
You seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right?
Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship?
No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship.
Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift.
You're 100% certain, right?
The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oi, are you two just gonna faff about down here? We're heading up now.
No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge. Whoa. I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior.
This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach.
A.S.
Aesthetically satisfying, she says.
But too ostentatious. Not quite my style.
Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated.
As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod.
This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts. But it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems.
The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet.
Nope, no islet there.
Wah! But blimey, lass! Sure know how to sneak up on people.
Mayors?
Haha, what? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you were gonna come fix a boat today.
Still, I didn't know you'd be here.
Why are the coordinates set to this location?
There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as the Aegir, I don't know. Gramps' home.
I see. Understood.
What was understood, if I may ask?
It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors.
What's she on about? Someone get translating.
Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance.
Can't you just be normal?
The significance of this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that possess a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, as well as the one reading, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency.
You know, I'm now thinking about this, perhaps a little too late. Is this voiced? Because there's a hard mode. And hard mode is usually when things get voiced. I maybe should have just started on hard mode. But you know what? Oh well, too late now.
Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full.
I was wondering when Miss Smart would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh.
A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dry food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes.
Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either.
Maybe it's food they packed for when they first came to Ferro Muerto.
Some villagers were armed, yeah. And those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters.
Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance.
Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods. Or sea, I guess.
Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong?
It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did, too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you?
Top-notch intuition.
It's just a... It's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed.
You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for...
I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looked away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers.
Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Ager will... I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms.
I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not eager.
I believe they will. Iberia suspects...
Oh, I see.
Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason other than we're from the sea, but...
So you are a shark person then? Wow, hit that nail directly on the head. Wait a minute. Wow, okay. So, what, elf people are just from the sea? Is that just how that is? I thought this would be a bit more of a big deal than it actually... Okay, I thought it was going to be like, oh my god, she's ocean-born thingy. She's one of the fish, you know, but apparently it's just like, no, they just live in the ocean. Okay, well, fair enough. So I nailed it, but my conclusion was wrong. Fair enough. Hey, you know, that's what happens.
Our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers.
Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are?
I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region. Yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts.
Maybe they're something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts Backstreet's people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk.
If they call them nest tops Aegir here, then that does make the rabbit-eared lass Aegir too.
Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races?
Oh, it's like that. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm understanding now. Humans, and then Aegir, which are the fish, sea elf people. Okay. Okay, I think I'm following now. Okay. I see. So they're looked down on because they come from the ocean, which is also where the monsters come from. And then people connect that. Okay. I think I get it now.
That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist.
Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns.
However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Katas ears.
And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir. Though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares.
I'm really struggling with that word. Yeah, Don, you're a good example of it.
The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be,
Don seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mersault stepped in to continue.
By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans. Different natures, comparable sapiens.
'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature, that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's...
Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folk like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics.
The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread.
Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting.
The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way.
The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen.
Issue?
Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded.
Oh boy, they're the same monsters from yesterday! Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Are they the sea terrors you encountered?
Yeah, they look a bit different, but yeah, probably.
There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this.
Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday.
Canst thou fight, young mayors?
I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way.
Then, guys, find a place to keep Mayors as far from possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Dog. Shell Sea Runner. Bite. On hit, inflict 1 sinking up to twice. Assault. If target has 6+ sinking, clash power +1, on hit, inflict 2 sinking and +2 sinking count. And you deal more potency against people without sinking. Man, I love simple passives.
갑니다.
Here we go! Behold! A tomb within the sea awaits! You will kneel!
정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Bye-bye. Perfect.
그대 또한
Yeah. Back to the strong stuff, now that we're all together. The power of friendship, my friends. So, let's see. We can very easily get 2 coffin. I don't know if that kills. I don't want to spend any stagger resist on Yi-Song, so I think we'll just ride the top all the way across. Say goodnight, pal.
고작 이 정도 탕류의
Okay,
허덕이나.
good stuff. Multiple stacks of coffin, multiple enemies slain. Okay, now here's what we're gonna do. Oh, Dulahan. Then we're gonna get absolute resonance. And then we're just gonna stack our tremor and everything.
갑니다.
Okay, good stuff. Every single one of our clashes has succeeded.
이 정도 탕류의
Oh, Dulahan. Oh, almost 2 staggers. Ryoshu coming to finish it off, though. Ooh, big staggers. So let's see. We are above. Oh, you guys are so dead. Okay. Big damage. Then we just go for clash. Big damage. Finish off as many as possible. The music's pretty cool. I'm just taking a second to listen to it. So, the music. Is this a custom, like, Limbus / Arknights theme? Or is this music that plays in Arknights? I don't know. Either way, I do know that these sea terrors won't survive this night.
정의 이름으로 이 정도쯤이야 주의 사랑스러운가 악은 이렇게
넌
정말이
숨을
없네
틔울 수도 없겠구나.
3 remain. Tell you what, AoE, absolute resonance, again. Bye-bye.
만만치 않겠군 본인이 하지
Man, this event is actually a lot easier than I thought. Perhaps we should have been playing on hard mode, but a little too late to back out now.
Okay, good news. I had to double check. So, yes, hard mode is not voiced at all, so it turns out I wasn't missing much of anything. Ooh, now we also face the Giga Flower. 325 health. Okay, you have a lot more health. What you got? Incision of Life. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking on the target, max of 3. Combat start at 50. Oh, we already know what that is. On hit without cracking, inflict 2 sinking. On hit, inflict 2 nervous impairment. That's the thing that staggers if it hits 30. On hit without cracking, inflict 4 sinking, and then inflict 4 more nervous impairment. Frenzy! Da-da-da-da. Okay, basically a whole lot more sinking. And Reap Nutrients. It's a counter. Inflict 2 nervous impairment up to twice. Standby. When in standby state, does not use attack skills until taking damage. When this unit takes damage while in standby state, enter combat ready state and start using attack skills starting next turn. Combat ready. Turn start in combat ready state. Inflict 3 nervous impairment to all enemies with less than 15. Minimum and maximum speed +3. Gain 1 offense level up for every 10% missing HP. Max of 8. Oof. Turn end in combat ready state. Take fixed damage equal to 10% HP. So combat ready state. After taking damage, this unit has begun to use its attack skills. Okay, so basically exactly what it told us. When clashing with the target or on hit with an unopposed attack, inflict 2 nervous impairment. If this unit is on top of Nethersea Brand, inflict 1 more. Sinners on top of Nethersea Brand at turn end take fixed damage equal to 5% HP and gain 3 nervous impairment. Greatly increases the stack impairment Sea Terrors on top of Nethersea Brand inflict against Sinners. Nethersea Brand's influence expands towards Sinner territory with each passing turn. Turn 1, it's in their territory. Turn 2, it affects 2 of us. Turn 3, it affects 5 of us. And turn 4, it affects everybody. Ooh. Nethersea Brand Utopia. When on top of Nethersea Brand, gain final power +2 and coin power +2, and double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted on hit. Whoa. That's a dangerous one. Holy. So Big Man is, But we kind of don't have any option. We sort of have to hit him. Huh, actually. Who said we had to hit anyone?
Mission accomplished.
The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay?
It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat.
We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities.
Whew.
So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager? You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the managers commanding the rest of us.
I sense the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior.
Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them?
That ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental.
I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or new element, they transform themselves in other Seaborns. Maybe Maybe that's their draw.
That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher. Yet, the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive.
I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then, can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went round at Hong Lu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something.
I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk.
If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testaments to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans.
More often than not, it's the latter.
What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak.
Distortions are phenomenon in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Night and Dark Days incidents. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition.
White nights and dark days?
She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice.
The pillar of light in the city. Did it really?
How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers?
Oh, that's...
Ain't it obvious? We've got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been grabbing on with no end.
Yeah. She's been talking non-stop about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far.
You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about your company's secrets, have you?
Nay, I would simply not. As Dawn was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again, before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are.
Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive.
It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns?
I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival.
Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope?
Maybe so.
Is that so?
The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we depart as soon as possible.
We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest.
That soon?
As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go?
We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters.
So we can go back tonight?
The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers.
Yeah, back to the village for now.
There's something going on in the village.
Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting.
Oh no, they're shouting. What are we gonna do? Oh boy. So if you can't tell, it's the next day. I woke up about an hour ago. I'm a slow waker.
Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering.
When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed. We were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there?
Inquisitor,
Inquisitor.
I think we've been found.
Oh, I like your design. I like how you look, even though you've got a bit of a forehead going on. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Dawn. Oh, so she's short. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city.
So, the Inquisition has discovered our village.
Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here. Now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition.
They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me.
They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious.
What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't.
We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius.
Mayors, was Chief really a pirate?
Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the other pirates, all he did was share fin-beast jerky to villages. Or carry Agarians between them.
Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient.
I like you. You're a quick one. You're putting together that Mayors is very suspicious. But I like Mayors' design, so I'm just going to ignore every red flag. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures?
I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Calstit told us the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all.
Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayors' earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and set sail on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What?
Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers?
Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that, too.
We can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure, even if they are working within the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayers' story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too. When they came for the village, that was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then...
I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls.
I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee we'll reach a dimensional door without any trouble.
Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region?
Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option.
What should we do, Dante?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? After all, Don would never allow that. How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor, then? Yeah, we should talk it out. She seems like she's really in a talking mood. I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both.
If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them.
I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say.
R.
Rabbit's right, she says.
Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair?
Right? There's no way Ryoshi would choose anything other than violence, right?
Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack.
Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, she's already on to us, and we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away.
I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background.
A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Columbian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to, reasons. But they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union.
What's a Columbian Union?
Tick-tock.
What? What language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Columbia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding.
I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here?
2 days?
Buddy, don't just tell her that.
2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider.
The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground.
Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's close border situation.
I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was not short-lived. It was short-lived, I'm sorry. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed.
Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. That's, we had to because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well, to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws.
Oh, this isn't going anywhere, is it?
Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast, without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense.
Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What, are you saying that these people should all be dead or something?
I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long.
The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward.
Ah, that's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair...
Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Hey, you gotta appreciate it, though. Heathcliff sticking up for the little guy. Yeah, I mean, hey, I appreciate it. But Hong Lu stepped in between them.
Ah, get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her!
Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff.
What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out.
Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this?
I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' ends at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy.
The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship?
I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whatever that may be, after a proper investigation. So, stop it with this obstruction of justice.
The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration.
Dante? Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority.
I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier.
I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encorp we saw back at Kaul.
They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea.
It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then...
As the standoff was showing no signs of ending.
Miss Mayers?
I can answer your questions. So for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says.
Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward.
Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers?
I think she was lying, Don. I think she a big old liar.
It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know.
What do you mean you'll answer the questions?
About the profound silence.
Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor.
That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia.
You.
Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the Seaborns, carried by the waves, diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this.
The waves. The profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well.
Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that.
It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out to sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity.
Just what are you?
No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing.
And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands.
So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but...
So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us.
Dante?
Oh, this isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but...
She's afraid.
there was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's a fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy.
The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia.
Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of a firearm!
But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning.
Run! Quick on the uptake as always. Rania slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers. What? You would think that'd be a Mersault job. While the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. Oh, I like that Dawn is standing in the front. That's very good. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. Now, interestingly, she only pulled out the gun once Mayers started talking effectively. So I wonder if the gun has like special Seaborn Aegir whatever killing ammo, like a Kind of like a silver bullet for a werewolf, but I don't know, a gold bullet for the Seaborn? I don't know. And, in the midst of all that action, Dawn rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Dawn?
Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them! Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable.
In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy,
Mother.
a large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them.
Gah! Who is it this time?
You look so out of place. I don't know how you talk, bro.
I've only got so many voices!
I feel like you would talk like Faust, if I'm honest. Maybe a little more chipper.
That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcit!
Do you know her?
Yes, she's Dr. Calcit. Rhodes Island Medical Departments. Ah! Dr. Calcit behind you!
Grr.
Shoot first, talk later, is it?
The negotiations are over.
From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization.
The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by her managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. So the gun did that, or the monster did that?
That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is...
What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed!
It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm.
We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here.
My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still.
That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far.
Man, wouldn't it be helpful if a claw showed up right now? I think this whole... Well, how do we think a claw would fare? I imagine this Inquisitor would be absolute just ground beef. But, I don't know. Yeah, so... the situation's gotten slightly better, right?
If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing, too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calstead?
Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct.
So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep?
That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation.
A village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate?
Your thoughts, Faust?
There are not many resources by which we may analyze a decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us.
She's an elf. That's what they do. Just like fairies. They always betray you. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them this whole time?
I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon...
I'm sorry. It seems that we've mired you into this trouble.
Say no such thing! We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes!
The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that word shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so.
The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what the doctor was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far.
Blimey! We're now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin.
What are you doing? Stop!
The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there.
The Inquisitor was right?
The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seemed that they were coming for me as well.
Amiya, on your left!
Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. Oh, he just straight up threw it at me. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Kirk. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away.
Didn't mean to be this late.
Scotty,
That's the wrong voice.
Scotty, let me catch you up to speed.
I know the situation. His fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier.
What about the sinners? Unlike Ami and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. Well, good thing we've got something called a clock. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and the doctor's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression.
What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed.
I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor.
I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And, even if you are outsiders, any lives lost in Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We could shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider.
Huh? What?
Your friends are either going to die or turn into Seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster.
What? That's not a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into Seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's polidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with the Seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. Dude, the Doctor, the Inquisitor, Amia, Scotty, God, Mayors, oh my god, how many characters are around? They're all gonna be like, bro? Just, hey, sinners, can you guys just snap your own necks real quick? Huh?
I know this must be very hard for you, but
What? Oh, sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And, preferably in the least painful way you know? Yeah, they think we're insane. Oh, sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask?
Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them.
How should I explain this? Guys, can you...
Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now.
My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush.
It's kind of tingly, too. So maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail.
Just trust me this one time. I can assure you I'm not just giving up on them.
But, Amia, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborns.
Okay. Oh, you want me to kill him? Got it. What are you, Ryoshu? Freaking.
Okay.
And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amia seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing?
Scotty?
Ah, don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? His pain is multifold worse in the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation.
Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later.
I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know what they were thinking, but... oh boy. I think Sancho's out. No, actually, no red eyes. No, we're good. Just a lot of blood. We should be able to find out once we take them down.
You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life?
Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price of making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know.
How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins.
Alright, buddy. You messed with the wrong group of absolute lunatics. Swift Cultist of the Deep. Ripping Slice. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking on the target, max of 2. On hit, inflict +1 sinking count, and inflict 1 bind next turn. Swinging Slice. On use, coin power +1 for every 1 bind on the target. On hit, inflict +2 sinking count, then inflict 3 sinking, then 2 paralyze. Multiple Jabs. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking on the target, max of 2. On hit, inflict 3 sinking, and inflict gloom damage equal to nervous impalement on the target. Ooh. Passives. Abyssal Worship. Turn start, heal 3 SP for every surviving ally. Diversion. Turn end. If this unit did not take damage this turn, gain 2 haste next turn. If this unit's speed is faster than the attack targets, deal 5% more damage for every 1 speed. Oh, so it's Mio's prowess. Gotcha. Dipped Blade. On hit with an unopposed attack, inflict 1 nervous impairment. And their panic is they just don't do anything. Okay, sounds good to me. Then there's a Steadfast Cultist, which looks identical. Cell Injection. On unopposed attack, coin power +2 for the skill. Unbreakable Coin. On hit without cracking, inflict 5 nervous impairment. On hit without cracking, inflict 1 terror assimilation. Max stack of 5, gain 1 stack at turn start, gain 1 offense level down and 1 defense level down per stack. Turn end, if an allied center has 5 stacks, it escapes the battlefield. When an allied center has a defense skill equipped while it has this effect, they escape battlefield at combat start. Oh, okay. So we have to worry about our people retreating. Ripping Slice is the same. Swinging Slice also the same. Okay, passives the same. And then Fabius. United Will. Coin power +1 for every 6 sinking on the target, max of 2. Combat start, apply 2 haste next turn to the allied cultist of the deep with the slowest speed. On hit, inflict 3 sinking. On hit, inflict 1 nervous impairment and inflict 1 bind next scene. Propagating Bliss. Coin power. Apply 2 attack power up next turn to the allied cultist of the deep with the fastest speed. Inflict +2 sinking count and 2 nervous impairment. Rite of Liberation. On use, if target has bind, final power +2. On clash win, inflict 6 sinking. Unbreakable Coin, inflict 2 sinking and 2 bind next turn. And then inflict 3 nervous impairment, but if it doesn't crack, inflict 2 more. An Environmental Adaptation. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking on the target, max of 2. Combat start, gain 50 shield. If this unit has remaining shield, gain 2 attack power up next turn. Oof. Call of the Blood... Okay, he has a unique one. Call of the Bloodkin. Low morale, consume 3% of HP to apply 1 attack power up and 1 fragile to all enemies. And then, when you're panicked, consume a bit more health and gain 1 fragile. Alright. There's no way we're getting through his shield. That's not happening. So let's play this as well as we can. So, let's see. We go... Ooh. Well, we're only favored with 1. We need some SP first. Favored here, and we have Unbreakable. We can get Absolute Resonance here, so I'm willing to go for that. Neutral regardless of what we do. That might get a little better once we're able to hit with all 3. No, sir. And then we could do damage to Fabius, but unfortunately he is going to get that buff. Regardless, I sneezed. Man, I'm so glad I can just tap the top of my mic and mute. Either way, if we could take out his buddies, that makes this a lot easier. How many enemies do we have to go through? It doesn't actually tell us, so this is it. Okay, if we go negative SP, that isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, Dawn ends up losing. We go negative next phase. Behold!
목을 떨고 주마.
Not quite a stagger, but also not bad damage. Okay, Unleash Violence, winning. Good stuff. They actually have quite a bit of stagger resist, so staggering them is not entirely in the picture. Okay, good job, Otis. Good stuff. Now that we have a little SP, maybe we can actually afford to fire this magic bullet. Skullbuster coming down on another swift cultist. Okay, we hit heads where it matters, so we get as many stacks as we need. Yikes. That SP that they got, though, very scary. We're favored here. Even if we lose, that's fine. Let's see. Dominating. Ooh. We can make really good use out of that. I'm going to hit the one in the back. I'm going to counter you. We don't have Magic Bullet, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to make any use out of that. Let's stop this one. Send you to a watery grave. Then we deal some big AoE damage, and we just stack the damage as much as possible. This isn't going to inflict us with the transformation, so we're just going to ignore him. Okay, that's fine. Losing the clash is A-okay. Oh my, the man is made out of squid. Behold.
몸소 보여주지.
Oh, you're dead, pal. And we take that attack power up. Just as a lord should. Bonk. Bink. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you in the way of my Arcana Blast? Detonate Magic Bullet coming down on another one of the cultists. Good stagger. That's what we like to see. Requiem. You're staggered. Okay, debuff you next turn. We are going to take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. We don't get staggered. Ooh, we also get an extra stagger on the field. Very nice. Ishmael, unfortunately, did not get her shield. I'm actually wondering why, because he didn't do any damage. Oh, we didn't have... my bad. We didn't have 3... Alright, that kind of sucks. We are going to stop Fabius from getting any damage. And then we're going to clash him as much as physically possible. Ooh, neutral, really. I think we could stop him with... Oh, Dulahan. Okay, I'm going to ignore him, and we get a kill here. You know what? Then... Let me see. So you're dead. Let's stack some damage. Oh. Oh! That sucks. You know what doesn't suck? This magic bullet. Ow. Ow. We're fine. The tentacles are only attacking. Bonk. Bink. Not quite a stagger, but that's okay. Oh, Dulahan. You're in for it next turn. No, we rolled heads on Dawn. No, that's actually worst case scenario. That's so sad. Alright, boys. You done gone and messed up now. Die. Okay. We avoid a stagger on Ishmael. Good stuff. I'm telling you, Sloshmail is better than people give her credit for. She is tanky. Ow. Do take a little bit of one-sided damage, but that's fine. Death. Good stuff, good stuff. AoE attack because we did have enough stacks. Unfortunately, we didn't get a kill, but that's fine. We also have enough tremor that we can hit multiple. Not that we do, but we could have. Alright, pal. You've all had it too good for too
내
long.
탄원이 향하는 곳은 언제나 같다. 필연적으로.
Multiple
조금의
staggers.
우연도 없이.
Okay, now we are fast enough to go for lament, mourn, and despair. For favorite here, I'm gonna let that roll. Dominating here, very good. That's not quite a kill. This is, oh, actually, wait a minute. We want that on Fabius. Then we hit here, then we hit here.
탈출 개체 확인.
Dang, still didn't hit tails. My luck with that has been horrendous lately. Ow. Ow. Okay, detonate magic bullet. This is gonna be a lot of burn, actually. Woo! 10 burn! Hey, free damage is free damage. Can't beat that. Okay, it does go for a guard. If we can break through it, he doesn't get the attack power up. It looks like we do. Oh, even with the crit, we don't quite take him out. Now, Dawn guaranteed gets a stagger here. We hit heads with negative 40? That's insane.
뒤에서 쓰러지는군.
I cannot believe we hit heads with negative 40. Okay, we're back to positive on everyone. Guaranteed kill here. Then we just, you know, do I do it to him? No, I'm gonna wait. We're gonna save our resources. Either way, he is guaranteed dead this turn. There is actually no surviving unless he flees. This'll teach you to traitor us. Betray us is the more proper way to say that. Ding, bonk. Even if he does survive, he's going to be debuffed, which is good for us. 74 health? Yeah. Yeah, we got him. We would have if anybody hit heads, but luckily, he does have enough bleed.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Mission accomplished.
Wait, I think they're heading to...
He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel masses. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired. So how...
Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise they'd send someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state.
Vessel masses?
That ship is moored at a port in that direction.
Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with the horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? Exterior. The name. It must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Mate, come on!
Seas full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks.
Do you see something, Amia? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel masses soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty, with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only Mayors. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem.
because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at that same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes. But most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Grand Ferrot, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment.
There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use.
Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe.
All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist.
'Tis true, yet once we saw the mayor's was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? The vessel? See, she can't even answer that question. But, alright, let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example.
They're ticking rapidly. What did they say?
Tante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse.
That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me.
Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but fine. Let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now.
The Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through.
Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land?
I think it used to be, until it sank.
We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access?
The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast.
Ugh, even you? You're going to trust the Aegir?
I don't see why I shouldn't.
I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Kitteh, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders.
What's she on about?
She is conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel, in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet that? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers.
We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Hey, Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3, 4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement.
Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayers. Please, lead us to the lighthouse.
Okay, happily.
So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it?
I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago. But the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago.
If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originum technology, so I doubt there's anyone who can work on it anymore. Then,
you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even amongst those in the city. So, we should be able to manage most mechanical failures.
Today's just a revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills.
I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two about helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff.
Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead.
What? After all that, you're just going off on your own?
Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the next successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Ami and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back.
Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse?
A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors.
I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely.
Normally this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to the mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan, then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead.
I think we should be fine, too.
Then, let us commence mission Vessel Masses Retrieval.
Righto! Step 1 of the plan's a raft, right? Let's get on with it.
It's done. Let's go.
What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you?
Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation.
Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess.
Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist.
Eye of Iberia.
Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse.
Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age.
Oh, you really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now, these lighthouses are nothing more but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. Penal Battalion? No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say such scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We were literally about to walk into one. Ah, don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward, unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward. I'm just voicing my...
She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take?
Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long.
But she doesn't have her brain computer going. Yisong suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response.
Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties.
Currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either.
I'll stay here and protect the ship.
You sure you can handle this all alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two people should stay behind just in case.
No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you.
So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone.
Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra loop, I guess.
Well then, let's trust her.
We'll be back, Scotty.
Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues.
Ugh, reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp, though that one was white.
I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door?
Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Huh?
Ah, something's off here.
What are you doing?
The door is firmly secured in place.
This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this opened.
Well, what now?
Ugh, this strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror.
It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity.
Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off sea terrors from sinking the raft.
So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get us through this. Hang on, let's think about this. What ego would actually work here? Mersault's ego, right? With the chains, pull them straight off. Well, no, that's more binding. That's not really pulling. Ishmael? Ishmael could do it. If we get lucky with wing beats, it could chop through it. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from the sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock, either. The formless and black space in which I'm not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that, the opening. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes unto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. She, who flaunts her flowing locks. And her, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, her existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is...
Dante, are you alright?
I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty.
Huh? What?
Hey, Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it.
What? An ego?
I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with these ego. Whatever it is. Seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹활은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks on the lighthouse are growing.
I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for?
No, I mean, what was the part where you...
What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality?
Yes, that! That is...
This is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles.
I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them.
My subconscious mind?
I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But, I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand that the being that is Scotty.
It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante.
That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation which is delving into its principles is impossible.
So that's called ego? Verily, of course. Lego. Whoops. Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself.
That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders.
Oh, yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Amia learn of this.
I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything?
I am convinced. Do as you will, then.
What's that? Oh, did we get one up on Miscalculator? Oh! I'll take any opportunity to be one step ahead of the great Miss Faust.
Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayers anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge.
Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do.
So there were more sea terrors past the door.
I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Which means our only roadblock are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back.
25 enemies, holy moly.
Also, 2 new things. Number 1, the Hand of the Saint. Debris removal. This unit's speed is fixed to 1. Spawns in an inactive state in battles that Nethersea Brand may appear. When Nethersea Brand appears on the battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. By the way, Nethersea Brand is the one that empowers enemies, depowers us, and makes us take % health damage. When this unit's HP drops to 1 from damage, trigger Hand of the Saint and remove all Nethersea Brand from the battlefield. When this effect triggers, Hand of the Saint becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage only from skills mainly targeting this unit, and it takes no other damage. When it becomes inactive, it removes all effects from self and heals back to max HP. Okay. And then Burb. Nethersea Founder. Lacerating Bite. Final power. Inflict 1 nervous impairment. On hit without cracking, inflict +2 sinking count and 2 nervous impairment. And Persistent Devouring. On hit, inflict +2 sinking count, inflict 1 nervous impairment, then inflict 2, and then inflict 3. Passives. Whoa. -5 to all affinity resistances. Now, I believe that means that it's tankier. Because minus... So Limbus is weird with how it words this particular thing. So minus means that they are taking less damage. Plus means they are taking more damage. Okay, so that is a problem. So he a tanky boy. Propagatory Instinct. On death, generate Nethersea Brand in the allied unit's territory next turn. Ugh! And you're also empowered while on a Nethersea Brand. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse. But, thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed our nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without too much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long.
Yisang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged.
How are you progressing, Miss Faust?
It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Now radio the doctor. Let's...
A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and the debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving away! What's going on out there?
Something rammed against the eye of Iberia.
I see art shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again.
Maybe it's the boat? As Yisang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don would talk at length about.
The lighthouse might crumble at this rate.
And we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and...
The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind.
Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert.
I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. And if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're gonna need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it.
You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition.
Your decision, Executive Manager? All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. It's Artorias! Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting at the very sea. And I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy.
One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction.
Faint memories, having blinked through Amia's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against the surfaced sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop.
You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land.
The Knight and the Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Okay, yeah, let's try. Why not? Guaranteed. Otis, you're great at this.
We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him.
Cool, 3 offense level down. Misery and Calamity, minus... who knows? The Last Knight. Tide Piercer Lance. On use, Clash Power +1 for every 2 enemies with Cold. Cold, lose 1 speed for every cold stack, so it's a type of bind. If this unit has 3 stacks after skill end, take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP damage, then gain 1 frozen. Oh, that sucks. Final power +1 for every cold on the target, max of 2. Inflict +2 sinking count. Tidebreaker Lance. Base power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. If the main target has cold, gain +1 attack weight. Final power +1 for every cold on the main target. Clash, lose, deal 50% less damage and stagger damage, and this attack cannot stagger. On use, inflict +2 sinking, on hit rather. Inflict +2 sinking count. If target has cold, inflict 1 sinking. And on hit without cracking, inflict 3 sinking. The Indomitable Light. Clash Guard. On use, gain 2 haste next turn, once per turn. Clash win, heal 15 SP. Clash lose, lose 10. When hit, inflict 1 cold against the attacker. Oof. Struggle. Combat start, gain 8 protection. Combat start, if this unit has low morale, have the amount of protection gain. If this unit is staggered or panicked, it does not gain protection. Fate's Favored Child. When this unit takes damage that brings their HP down to 0, nullify that damage. Oh, then heal back to full and gain a new pattern. Adversary of the Tides. When attacking enemies with Frozen, deal 175% more damage. Rage against the waves. Gain 1 offense level up for every enemy with Cold.
Galloping Roshan. Oh, hey! Roshanante! If there are 6+ enemies with cold, gain 2 Clash power up. The Knight's Delusion. Gain Misery and Calamity. Fix Panic, Panic Recovery. Sanity. Hive Mind. All resistance is changed to normal. And all resistance is changed to normal, but you also take double status effects. Okay. Unusual. So hitting you is not good. We are dominating with everything, though, so you're clearly missing a lot of power. We're going to go against that. I'm going to go with just pure dominating here. I want to get as much value as physically possible. Isong, you are favored. I'm a little bit worried about your odds, but oh well. Oh, yeah. And then this magic bullet. Here we go. A Knight of the Waves? Don't be ridiculous. He is Artorias. Behold. Yeah, barely any damage, but that's fine. Debuff him for next turn. Okay, good stuff. We end up winning that clash. Tell you what, that 3 offense level down is definitely going to be helpful. It also helps that we deal so much sinking because he's going to take normal damage. Magic bullet. Okay, good. We hit him. We like that. Our odds are looking good. Only 1 damage in return. Good stuff. Okay. Attacks enemies with frozen. Heads hit. Gain 3 offense level up. On kill, if target has frozen, heal 20 SP. So we can't let that one go through. We're only favored, though, really. That's because so many of us have cold, I suppose. Oh, man, neutral? Oh, yeah, because we all have cold. Dang. Is there anyone who doesn't? No. That's problematic. We don't want him to win with a clash. We're okay with him winning on a clash with this one, with Ishmael. I actually think I'm just going to let her sack that. Okay, we are favored here. That's not too bad. Unopposed. Unopposed. Debatably, the play is to just not attack him if it's unopposed, but I do want to keep stacking debuffs. Although that 7 offense level up is very scary, and he's about to get more. However, he is panicked, so his chance of hitting heads is much lower. Okay, if we didn't hit either heads that we really needed, we are about to get frozen on Dawn. It also mentioned that the cold will decay. That's fine. We don't mind losing the clash with Ishmael. She is so tanky, she does not care. Okay, detonate magic bullet, a little bit of burn. Tidebreaker Lance. Oh, that AoE damage definitely going to come into play here. Yep, as we see, 36 damage total. It's not a lot, but it adds up. Requiem. Surprised you fit in that. Okay, 11 damage with having hit all of us. Not bad at all. We are approaching a stagger. Okay, we're all getting cold, so... I know technically the play is to not deal any damage here. Max of 2, base power plus 1. I think he wins that clash every time. Let's... We can try and play somewhat defensively here. Iffy, though. Dominating, but this will make us frozen. Favored, this will also make us frozen. I'm gonna opt not to attack with anyone else. I think we hold. I don't like it, but I think we hold. Otherwise, we all get frozen, and he's gonna deal, like, just insane amounts of damage. Okay, we are frozen on Heathcliff. Okay, we guard. 13 damage, not bad. Not terrible. We guard again. Oh, 42 damage. Little scarier, but that's fine. Oh, that sucks. I think Faust is also frozen? Yeah, quite a few of us are going to be frozen. Although, does that use up the frozen? Because he just hit us. The Sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light.
Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question.
Someone has to stand their ground next to the Sinners, or we have to charge at the knight. I mean, his whole thing is slowing you down, right? So, theoretically, charging him down is what he wouldn't expect. Yeah, charge him.
The knight's lance charge breaks through the gale like an unstoppable wave. Loneliness could not be shared.
Nothing happened. Okay, that was not the play. Well, I mean, it was worth trying. Can't use Magical Girl. But we could harness the power of the sea beasts. To be fair, my theory was solid. If he's trying to slow us down and we keep charging at him full speed, he wouldn't expect that, and theoretically that would catch him off guard, but I suppose not. Oof. Okay, Otis does take a little bit of damage, that's fine. We are going to spend most of our SP, but we do get a stagger, which means all this damage is one-sided. Don't corrode, don't corrode, don't corrode. You corroded. No! That was more friendly fire than aggressive. Well, that sucks. That reduces our damage output by a lot. We could get absolute resonance. You know what? I actually think I'm going to. I think that's overall more damage. And then let's gain some tremor. Okay, next turn we get to use our Giga move. A little bit of tremor. Keep our shield up. All of us are so low SP. Oh man, that damage was pathetic. Okay, we are close, but remember, he has another phase. We can't afford to hit him with Faust or Ishmael. Oh, but it's a counter regardless of what we do. We have to do a one-sided offset. Good. I like that. That's good. That's good. That's good. Let's see. He doesn't have any sinking, so we're somehow empowered, actually. That's surprising. You know what? We don't have enough for this to become Giga, but it does still help us out, and I'm pretty sure it guarantees that we get the coffin next turn. We're dominating here. Dominating here. Good stuff. Neutral here. But favored if we use our other skill. Okay. I think this is how we do it. And the next turn we're going to have to hold off on some people as well. Let's do it. Good stuff. That protection is definitely slowing us down, though. Who would have guessed? A dude in a massive block of armor takes a lot less damage. Okay, only 10 damage, and that's with hitting 3 of us. That's not bad at all. This magic bullet. Okay, only 9 damage. That's ridiculous. I cannot believe we won that with that many clashes. Oh boy, here we go again. No, no. Ryoshi said no thanks to that one. Okay. And we did offset, so we're okay for the moment. Who has 2? 3 of us do. Ryoshu, Heathcliff, and Otis. Okay, we just have to all offset. That's the only way that we're gonna do this. There we go. Okay, now what do we have in return? Neutral to everything. Not ideal. Still can't use Magical Girl? Nope. We would have corroded anyway. That would have ended the fight. Dominating here. That's actually not a bad deal. Favored here. That's pretty much the best that we're going to get. And then we're neutral. We just... You know what? We got to roll it. Well. Had to try. Okay, he's almost at his next phase. Nobody gets staggered because he doesn't do too much damage. Farewell. Slay the ocean! Slay the ocean! Unclashable. Deal 5% more damage for every enemy with cold, max of 30%. On hit, inflict 5 sinking. On hit, inflict 1 sinking count. Heads hits, gain 3 offense level up. Deal 10, 1 plus cold on target. Bonus gloom damage. And if on kill, if target is frozen, heal 20 SP. Oh, goody. Well. Hey, guaranteed goes first, too. Alright, everyone, get your guards up. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance raised skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves.
We won't succeed at this rate.
Oh, wait, no. We won't succeed at this rate.
Stall him, please, even for a second.
Yeah, whatever, wrong voices. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves.
We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance.
Alright, stop his charge then. Yeah, we only need 1 heads. That was a bit too close. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Ryoshu jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean, slay the ocean! Skill becomes clashable. Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath.
Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization
that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface, but he leaps once again. The cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea.
He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremitted knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us.
Alright, Otis, you're up. That's a guarantee. Otis brings the Knight's charge to a stop. Then, the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the Knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming.
He's always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the Knight's sinking.
Struggle passive deactivated. The last Knight gains the Knight's
무엇이든 맞출
corpus.
수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
무슨 일 있었던 건가?
서도록 할까?
Take 80% more damage. And you no longer have struggle. Oh, no more protection. I like that. It's clashing time.
만만찮겠군.
Bring him down!
Ow. Woo, almost staggered.
Come on, Heathcliff, come on! Good lad.
Ow. Ah, we were favored in that too. Didn't get staggered though, somehow. To Pathos Mythos.
The Odyssey had a purpose.
And fittingly enough, it's Otis who
목적이
stops his charge. 40 damage, not bad for ineffective. I saw it. Oh, we still hit because of our counters. Dang it. So 2 of us are frozen. Okay, we can work with this. Hang on. Favored here, we go for it. Oh man, this is such a stupid idea. I'm so tempted to just let it corrode and just let it ride and have the backup show up. That it's just dumb enough that I think it'll work.
So be it.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 구애 안에 갇혀 계속해봐라.
Yeah, I think we were all dead anyway, so you know what?
Maximize our damage.
내 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재야. 산도와 너희는 사라져야 나타날 것이오. 위대한 사랑의 힘을. 이렇게 무슨 소용이야. 누군가는 악당이 되어야 하는 거야. 그게 너고. 난 선택받았어. 너희랑은 달라.
Well, we did 100 whole damage to him.
테지.
If you think about it, that's a worthy trade. Okay, losing the straight here, totally fine. Ishmael takes no damage. And backup shows up. Okie dokie. Well, we are as strong as we're going to be. So let's make as much use out of that as we possibly can. Let's go for Power Guard. Win or lose, doesn't matter. Neutral here, that's fine. We have absolute resonance. Here we go.
날카롭고 정확하게.
We do get frozen after this attack, but we get so much damage that I think it's worth it. Plus, we win that clash.
결국 지켜내지.
Okay, good stuff. Lowering a stagger resist isn't, like, amazing, but we go into Depresso mode with Rodion. That's the important part. Oh, we are corroded next turn, though. That's a problem.
몸소 보여주지. 넌
And
푸름을
down
틔울 수도
the knight
없겠구나.
goes.
Mission accomplished.
I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out, too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer.
No BS, I can last.
The lighthouse, not so much.
What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes his spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Dawn would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall with a sword. Dawn was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. A sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor! Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves!
Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
Cool. That's really cool. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon.
Mayers has completed the repairs.
Ooh, the light returneth to its house once more! Silence all! Mayers is saying something! Like Oda said, Mayers was peeking out from the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masses is still near the shores! Somewhere in the coastal sea! It moored somewhere by the beach! Somewhere quite a distance away from the village coast! Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Kalstit immediately.
Whew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster?
Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Dawn? Wait, don't get too close to it, it's dangerous! But before we could stop her, Dawn had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?"
Roshi Nante.
Wait, she can communicate with him? Ooh, 'tis quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Roshinante.
One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say.
Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so?
Ishar Blah. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more miraculous.
Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance.
So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival.
Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey?
You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through?
Ahem. Mine apologies. While Don returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Kalstead, is that true?
What's going on?
The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They're already done cleaning up the decks, and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive.
But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on.
The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kalstead told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse.
Great. Let's return to Scotty and join them. We return to the raft and explain what had transpired.
Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before.
Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel masses.
You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you?
Yes.
Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel masses. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. Ugh, what an oddball. This is a doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island.
Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had a chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind, based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Isong, Fast, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee.
The clock just ticked.
And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you.
Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border.
Well, I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so...
It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says they would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya.
Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation.
Oh my god.
It is incorrect to state that a manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock.
I don't know, something about the way Mersault put it sounds worse.
Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan.
Next steps?
Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers, have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us.
As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack.
Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors.
Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind.
Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amy and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calstid and the other operators remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge.
I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them.
It's true, there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so...
Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint?
Let's see. But on closer look... Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud?
I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest.
Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seemed pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions.
Yeah, including, like, wiping my own team.
Indeed, they seem quite adept.
Alright, you guys are gassing me up a little too much here.
At making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged.
What are they on about?
I was about to ask that myself.
I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations.
Really? That good, huh?
Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking.
What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us.
I decided to stay here anyway.
The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you.
I will. Hey, if Gramps...
Is there something you would like for us to do?
It's... No, it's nothing.
If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down...
Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone.
Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence. We followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile.
Welcome.
I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us?
Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Ferro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now.
Huh. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that?
Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not, regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us.
Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable.
I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite of Fabius.
Incoming! Get ready, everyone!
Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes.
Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down.
Let's wipe them out!
I kind of hope that Amia and the doctor were actually going to be in the fight.
All right, Fabius. Let's see how you deal with the true onslaught. Now that you don't have the element of surprise, let's see how you like being stabbed in the back. Behold!
Hit tails. Hit tails. Dang it. Only 247 damage. We could have had so much more. We were so close. We were stacked up. Oh well. It is what it is.
Fabius, your time draws near. Your cultists run low. You are on the brink of the edge.
Bonk!
Ow. Well, time to heal back to full.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
We have the power of the depths as well. Something you could never understand, you old fool.
Okay, we do lose Dullahan. We're also getting quite close to being staggered, but oh well. Let's get some coffin. Let's try and take you out. This magic bullet, unfortunately, is not going to hit much of anyone, but we can afford to do it unopposed this time. We're dominating here. Let's get absolute full-blown resonance. Oh, yeah. You're in some trouble now. 10 coffin. Looks like you're out of allies. Fabius, Fabius, however you say your stupid name. Never mind, I guess you just have unlimited allies. And you also have the Jews. Alright, actually, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Ishmael, you're on that. Okay, we're dominating here. Let's stop them from doing damage if we can. We most certainly can. Here we go. Okay, shield's just about gone. Their power boost is also gone. You have a bit of sinking. That's not good for you. Farewell. 27. Ah, we almost had him. I almost counted right. My math skills, they just weren't there. But you can't survive this. Now for his lackeys.
대체가 약화된 것 같습니다.
Okay, we do get it staggered. Oh, and that's it. Interesting. So if we had focus fired Fabius, that fight would have just ended quicker. That's interesting to know. Ah, they're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks.
Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse.
Oh, he's gonna jump into the sea.
That's different. Fabi didn't run to live.
A voice echoes from under the dark sky. What?
Hi?
Mayers? Mayers, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly.
I told you your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi.
What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would.
I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left.
It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now, it is time. Devour me.
When Fabius blurted out, threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayers' true allegiance. Oh no, she betrayed us. How could we have seen this coming? Eat people?
Adjusting my chair. Yeah.
Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look okay. I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right?
Just... what?
Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice.
The time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal.
Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while.
Why?
I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time.
If that is your will, oh Bishop.
Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea.
Mayers waves her hand, and sea tires climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. Exhilarted? Exhilarted. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers.
That's it. She...
Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor.
What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers... It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. They've played us.
Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already. And even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble.
Hey, Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us?
I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, or that it wasn't a deception at all. Or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected.
I'm sorry. I thought this would be a better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception.
You're sorry? Why?
Dante wants to know why you're sorry.
Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong.
Wait, hold on.
You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna...
Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins. That it was all for our sake, giving it all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of these monsters.
I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves.
May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse?
That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did. Shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere.
Manners, huh?
While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, makes sense with her name. It was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayors has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway?
Just someone who once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship.
He got greedy?
Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution.
Cool. So, you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though.
I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door.
So, you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you?
This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city. That's all. So, I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city.
Don't tell me. You're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then? And be immediately destroyed by freaking claws in the head, yeah. Monsters are not allowed within the city walls. Then the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move.
Huh? So masses have begun to move.
Is this an automated sailing program?
The vessel masses will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry.
Did you seriously just tell us to not worry?
Faust?
Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city.
No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer.
You were saying, Faust? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far, even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? I do agree. I'm with Otis. Literally, they will be destroyed within 5 feet. They'll get, at most, 10 feet, and freaking 3 claws, an arbiter. They will be absolutely destroyed. Although, if killing them makes it an airborne disease, that is a little bit of a different story. In Hongwan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus company responsible once the dust settles. Yet, it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust?
Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city threat level. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impuritas Civitas classification.
Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. Calcit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originum Arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns.
Is it because they learn fast?
Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborn stubbornly stick to using traditional, low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal.
And can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these?
Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues.
The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying,
yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well.
boy, that would kind of suck, huh?
Before they are expelled from the city.
How do you plan on helping the people in the city, Mayors?
By giving them a chance to become Seaborns.
Alright, you gotta go.
What are you on about? Become Seaborns?
She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that?
Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here.
No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light.
The light?
The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How do you... could it be?
Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when those inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns.
I chose the worst voice for this.
Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through that dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves.
Then why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here?
At first, I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Dawn's tales of adventures changed my mind.
Mine adventures?
You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you? when you were born into that kind of world from the very start. A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so, has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute, unconditional selflessness.
But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters.
People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me. Something that feels alien to me. Something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once.
Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil?
Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace?
No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little.
I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who was sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end.
Okay. Please stop talking! I might have to start talking normally as her here soon, because my voice is starting to really feel it.
I agree with what the light told me.
Oh god, she's here too?
People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when Aegir returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them as Aegirs. Even when orapathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress.
Toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences.
The bells!
A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it.
This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers?
Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influence coming over from the city?
Precisely.
The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that.
Wait,
Can people in other worlds, I mean, mayors, also manifest ego?
Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However,
What?
what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well.
You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take that leap of faith yourself?
I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful. There's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want.
You're not being honest with yourself.
I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will.
Isn't it terrifying? If this hope can just disappear in a blink?
Who is she talking to?
Is this something Limbus Company is experienced with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice.
When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomenon are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice.
Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego.
At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. Kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So warm and so calm.
No, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth.
Sunshine?
You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral as it may be.
Right. We have to be about more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns.
Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors.
But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them.
But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer.
That might be true, but
It's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart. Its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is How can you lead the people of the city? And then Terra.
Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to positions!
Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor.
Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world.
Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering.
No, I...
You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent?
You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer.
Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world, reflected in your eyes.
Before the compassion they believe in. Before it becomes completely worthless.
Raha!
I understand the shape of your heart, and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction, as though she clearly understood my words.
But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends. But that's not enough.
You don't think they'll change?
No, they will. In the far, far future.
An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayor's. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance.
Portal? Where did it come from?
Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. The periphery is where LCB's department specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're gonna need your assistance.
Dr. Kalstit?
We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help.
Rhode Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. Oh, I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a Dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here.
You'll be staying behind then?
Hamia will go with you, Doctor.
Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond.
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming.
This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke, and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth.
Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir.
I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? You think you'll head to the surface too?
I'm thinking about it.
While there weren't that many, people
around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface.
Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option.
Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers.
Thinking of changing her voice up here soon.
Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you.
I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied my and Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research.
Get lost! We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we'd trust you?
They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side.
that
But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the Sea Terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nethersea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my Sea Terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another. Some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution.
Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayors is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons.
The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea.
Mayors, I concede that Seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy.
But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it?
Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, people of the city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but, Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment.
I didn't want to have to do this.
Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us.
This is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right?
Do speak.
We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So, in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors?
Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively.
All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amia, please assist Limbus Company just in case.
Okay, then let the mission begin. At the center of what appeared to be an arc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light, must be Mayors. Let's take a quick break here. Are you all right, Doctor?
I just need to take a quick breather.
Oh, this is Rodion. Okay. I was like, who's talking? You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amia might have to piggyback you around.
Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Callstate suggested.
Executive Manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayo's vision. Some people would really like that, just saying. Mayo's vision of Utopia and the center of the light did something. Seaborns near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this.
Can we really bring back Miss Mayors?
We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up a bit before moving on. After taking enough rest, we continued on toward the refracted light.
Excellent. Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within.
All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amia's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered.
The sins that people have committed won't just go away.
Oh.
Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too.
But the tides that Miss Mayers is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city where they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse.
This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Okay. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of this encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Emotional connection. On hit against enemies, 50 divided by number of coins % chance to gain 1 ego resource corresponding to the used skill's affinity. When an enemy dies after an allied unit's skill attack ends, gain at least 2 of the least owned ego resources. In an encounter, gain 1 ego resource of each affinity consumed when using the following ego skills. 2 of each when using overclock skills. Oh, I see. All the stuff we don't have, right. And also we're buffed. Now, we did get 2 unique ego gifts. The Cold Forged Compass. When using a plus attack skill, heal 5 SP. When using a minus coin skill, lose 5 SP. Each unit's SP cannot drop below -40 from this effect once per turn per identity. Turn start at max SP or at 30 or less SP, gain 1 power up and 2 protection. The Brilliant Lamplight. Effects apply only to the identity with the earliest deployment order. Every turn, the first attack skill to be used gains final power +3. If the attack skill was an ego skill, it gains final power +4 and deals 25% more damage instead. If this unit has nervous impairment stacks, consume up to 4 stacks of it, but gain burn. As you wish. Now, as for Mayers, the Yearning Flotsam. The Impatient Ego's Byway. Huge unclashable attack. This skill does not deal damage against targets, but after attack, gain 100 Abyssal Vitality, which is consumed when using certain skills. Every time this effect is consumed, heal SP on self by the amount consumed. Passives. Fix Panic, Panic Recovery, Phototaxic Procession. Take 90% reduced damage from all effects and gain 10 protection. Turn end. Consumes Abyssal Vitality to summon Sea Terror Horde. If there are fewer than 3 Shell Sea Runners or Deep Sea Sliders on the battlefield, randomly summon either of those units until there are a sum of 3 of them next turn, and consume number of summoned units times 4 Abyssal Vitality. If Nethersea Founder isn't on the battlefield, consume 8 to summon it. If Nethersea Spewer isn't on the battlefield, consume 12 to summon it. And if Basin Sea Reaper isn't on the battlefield, summon 20 to summon it. Ego of Responsibility. Every time a Sea Terror this unit summoned is killed, take fixed HP damage equal to the unit's max HP. And Adrift Compassion. At 50% or less health, immediately ends a combat phase and gains a new pattern. Disables a summon passive, gains 100 Abyssal Vitality, and when gaining this passive or when recovering from stagger, gains shield equal to the amount of HP lost once per turn. When gaining a shield, activate the effects of Indelible Compassion. This unit does not lose shield at turn end unless removed by damage or a certain effect. When the shield breaks due to getting hit, becomes staggered and gain 5 fragile. When becoming staggered due to raised stagger threshold, gain 5 fragile until next turn. Fragile gain due to this buff's effect does not stack. Shield HP can stack, however, when the effect is active, the shield HP cannot be more than 50% of the shielded unit's max HP. Yes. Also,
Gain fragile equal to double the number of times before the compassion they believed in loses its worth was used during this encounter. After gaining a new pattern, reduce this unit's skill slots by the number of staggered enemies every turn. By 6 max does not apply to turns when this unit uses a powerful skill. And Nether Brand Utopia. When on top of Nether Sea Brand, gain Final Power +3 and Coin Power +3 and double the amount of Nervous Impalement inflicted on hit. Before finishing it off with, when hitting a Basin Sea Reaper with this unit's skill, convert it from standby to combat ready. Oof, that one sucks. Also, Sanity. Heart of Compassion. Deal plus Nervous Impairment on target by 2% more damage, up to 15%. Turn start, gain 1 damage up and 2 fragile, then double the effect of both, effectively. Okie dokie. So we can't stop this attack from going through, and even though it won't do any damage to us, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to attempt to maximize damage as much as possible. Actually, you know what? This is a good turn to just get all of our passives going, so I think I'm actually gonna do that. Yeah, let's just get as many passives going as we physically can, because nothing is gonna stop us. By the way, I thought it would be really fitting to use all of our darkest versions of every sinner. I thought it'd be fitting. Here we go. Okay, damage is basically not gonna happen, but we do get a little bit of burn. Passives are a go. Good thing that does no damage. Okie dokie. Now, you are using Echoes of Respite. Indiscriminate prioritizes allies. Among them, prioritize allies with the least current HP. When targeting allies, deal 0 damage. Clash power +1 for every 3 sinking on the target, max of 4. When targeting an ally, heal 20% of target's max HP. When targeting an ally, apply 1 defense level up this turn and next turn for every 4 Abyssal Vitality consumed to summon the target, max of 5. On hit, when targeting an enemy, inflict 3 sinking and 2 nervous despair. Echoes of Ascending. Prioritize allies with the most current HP. It doesn't do any damage to allies. When targeting an ally, apply 1 offense level up this turn and next turn for every 4 Abyssal Vitality consumed to summon the target, max of 5. Also apply sinking and nervous impairment. And Cyclical Ecosystem. Clash Guard. Consume Abyssal Vitality for every surviving ally. However, apply number of turns target survived, damage up, next turn to all allies, max of 3. Clash Lose does not apply damage up. Alright, you got it. So I'm pretty sure we want to go through this Vitality as much as possible. That way you're not able to summon any guys. I think that's what we want to do. Okay, so you are going to hit him, so he's going to awaken regardless of what happens, which is unfortunate, but it's also not the end of the world. So let's get clashing for the moment. Dominating here. Really dominating here. We don't have enough tremor for that to go through, but that's fine. Dominating with the double coin. Then we get a little bit of resonance. One-sided attack here. And we're dominating here. You will consume. So as long as we're killing the ads, Mayors will take damage. And we don't have to worry about Mayors attacking us. We just have to worry about her buffing up all of her Seaborns. Ow. Okay, good stuff. Sancho, rip them asunder. Good stuff, good stuff. We gain 1 Fanatic next turn. Perfect. Okay, we also get a kill. 78 damage being done to Mayors. We get through the Clash Guard. And we do a whopping 2 damage. Okay, you are buffing everyone up. That's fine. That that flower is so strong. Okay, let's think this out. So the flower is definitely one of the most dangerous things on the field. However, we are dominating. And then we're dominating here. That gives us a pretty fair chance to apply maggots from our apple passive. Dominating here, we like that. Dominating... We need to start generating some tremor. Luckily, we are dominating with that. I'm gonna let Sinclair lose. Actually, you know what, Sinclair? I want you to do damage to Mayors, and then we'll let Heathcliff get a stack of Coffin. Actually, we'll let him get a stack of Coffin and 3 strength. This turn is honestly gonna work out so incredibly well for us. Not enough to get a stagger, but that's okay. We do take a one-sided because of unbreakable coins. Maggot! Nope. Not lucky enough, it seems. Ouch. Only 3 damage being done in return to us, though. That's fine. Okay, we win that clash. A little bit of tremor on us, so we are preparing to do a mass attack. Okay, Sinclair absolutely destroying with that clash. Barely any damage being done, but that's okay. It does give us quite the opening. And now we have 3 strength and 1 coffin to work with. Oh, perfect. And Sinclair did get his distorty thingy, but it's on the absolute perfect one. Even if he hits us, it won't be that bad. Death is all that awaits. Be gone from my sight. Ow. Okay, chance for an extra attack. Here we go, extra attack. Good stagger. Dang, we didn't get it. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, good stagger coming down as well. Okay. Ouch. We're fine. Everything is okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Big damage coming down from Soup Claire. Blah. 210 damage. Oh yeah. Now that is good value. Okay. Yeah, 4 damage. The flower continues to get absolutely giga souped up, but that's fine. Okay. I see an easy stack of coffin. Then, I doubt we're going to get a kill here, but it will grant us an extra attack. This, I don't think this will become an AoE attack, but it should get us the easiest kill of our entire life. Then we kill here. Then you. Then guarantee. And then we try and get some damage on the back. Now, this is going to hurt. Unless we can kill enough of her lackeys that she goes to half health, which then puts her into phase 2 and skips the rest of this turn. That's what we're going for. So here we go. We have multiple chances for extra attacks to come through, and we have multiple AoEs coming through as well. So after this attack, let's see if we get an extra attack. No, we don't. Dang. Alright, that's fine. We still have an extra attack coming down from Honglu. Not quite. Okay, good damage. We do take a little bit of one-sided attacks, but that's fine. Okay, we get a stagger. They're all super low health, so Hong Lu didn't... Oh, that sucks. Why didn't Hong Lu get a turn? The fact that Hong Lu didn't get a turn actually threw my entire strategy into the toilet. Where the heck did Hong Lu's turn go? Okay, well... That certainly wasn't on the menu, but it's also not the end of the world. Why did we not get to attack? Huh. Okie dokie. Well, hey, it is what it is. So, let's go for absolute mass AoE this turn, because this turn, we're not letting that slide. We are winning every single clash. And yes, I am aware of the Nethersea brand, but because this guy is on the field, we want to wait until he's dead before we activate the Hand of the Saint. Or Faust will get a free attack on it? What? What just happened? Why did she attack it for free? I actually don't know why that happened, but I mean, oh, sorry. I don't know why that happened. I'm not complaining because it does help us out, but it kind of ruined the strategy I had of saving it for next turn. Huh. Wait a minute, wait. Was that, Ishmael's free attack going off a turn late? Also, this right here shows that my plan would have worked if Hong Lu got his attack off. Very upsetting.
You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi.
Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day.
So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep?
Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences.
You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for the Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences.
But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me.
Bobby, you and I have both put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures.
Please, step aside.
Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upwards, carried by bubbles.
Terra, a land which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light.
That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city.
Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on.
dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of value in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city.
What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another.
Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it.
But what if there's no other way?
Can you even understand what I'm saying?
Some time had passed since I made Ferro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress. And Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish.
I'm just gonna give her this voice from now on to save my own throat. I apologize.
Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way. Some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift, atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope, and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish. To have them carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by a strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled, but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The hearts that were lost? The emotions that were forgotten? The sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever.
Terra, the city, They've both failed to find a way out of this brittle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then...
You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking.
Survival. Worth of life. As if I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic natures Mayers wants to bring there. That's not to say I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey, alongside the sinners, become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right. The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day. But, Mayers, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one you've walked. Then, you confront them both.
That can't be right. The light. It has to.
You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe?
I think it's a distinct possibility.
Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayers, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because a sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayers.
Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind. It's a path of unbearable suffering.
We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands, without so much as trying.
You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought.
It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayers. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a Seaborn. An endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. If Mayer's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayers.
You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of a new answer.
You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayers, it's such a prideful thing to do. Let's show her what a kind ego looks like.
총원 불격! 장자 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오? 나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
Tides carry away the windows to Mayers' past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayers in the dungeon of the Fathoms. No. The ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortion encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatuses attached to the sockets on their side. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas. Huh, it says little handy down here. This one has a hand of the saint. Right. Rhodes Island already seem to have their hands full holding the line against a tide of sea terrors. We should probably take one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take one of the machines. Yeah, I'll take a power boost, thank you. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds helpful.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
Then let's show Mayors what we're really made of.
Now, with a +2 power boost. Well, that's start. Okay. Well, bye, Honglu.
Wah, so be it.
104 damage, and yet that shield holds strong. And there goes Honglu. Ow. He didn't... Oh, right, his passive. Totally forgot about that. Did Ishmael die? I think Ishmael died as well. Good clash. That skill's always kind of underwhelming. Either way, damage is damage. Good stuff, Gregor. And we get a tiny bit of a heal, which is enough to prevent us from getting staggered. Now, stagger.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태엽 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
It wasn't enough. Sure was close though. Oh, wait. Do we think we can get a stagger? We're sure gonna try. What do we think has the best odds? Telepole? We don't get much use out of it, but it is favored. So here we go. Do we get the stagger before she's able to attack? So close. 84 shield. 21. You're down. God dang, the damage that Otis just did. Over 100 damage. Goodness. Here, have some paralysis.
낙뢰 충전 최대치예요.
지나온기를
Well.
생각하면
Ooh, oh, that's scary. Alright, first of all, you don't get to do anything next turn.
then let's gain some tremor while also getting rid of the muck. We are faster, so this will deal a ton of damage. Big Blossom free. Maybe we become Fanatic. Extra execute damage. And attack power down, just in case.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Okay, over 100 damage once again. Let all blossom free. Ah, no Fanatic. Oh well. 53 healing. Oh yeah.
당연한 결과죠.
And you're down without the debuff necessary.
It's true that people scrutinize others for differences, to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to.
And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation.
Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything.
Mayers, do you still want to go to the city?
No.
I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies. And I'll talk more. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path, if we can.
The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massus.
Battle complete. Vessel Massus, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers?
Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll.
It all happened inside the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us.
What'll happen to Miss Mayers now?
First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling. Then, bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward.
And what if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor.
It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier.
Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us.
A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship.
Where'd this shade come from?
Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Brace! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks! Mucking it up right before the finish line!
Doctor, Dante is advised that we grab onto something.
I see. They're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something's coming.
The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned portside, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn, about the size of... No, slightly larger than the vessel. Amiya's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice.
The currents are going wild.
Wait, no. Something's causing these currents to go wild.
We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Massus to cross the dimensional door.
Does Rose Island have a way out of this quandary?
Not at this moment. Well, we have to come up with one now, and fast.
Dante, does anything come to mind? We should figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across a dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave.
It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship.
Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order...
It's coming after me.
Scotty, you?
Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter.
As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment the Scotty repositioned herself there.
Just what are abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you?
Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Alright, push her off the ship. It would work! Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the Dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amia, who battled mares in the meantime. To engage that Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... Oh? Something shakes the vessel masses once again.
What's this now? There's more?
There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship. However,
A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves towards vessel masses.
Past a sudden wall of mist, there was...
We're lucky.
Or was this simply how it was supposed to go?
Charmla!
Sir Knight? Ah, 2 Seaborns? It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he is the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Honglu said, the knight charged straight at the giant. Rough wave. At the great Seaborn as though he hardly noticed our presence.
Yeah, if we can help the knight repel that Seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel masses ourselves. Can everyone still move?
I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move.
I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this.
Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work.
The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions, as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This Cal Stitz seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship's steering to her, and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? No, it was only a set amount of time. By my count, I've got like 12 hours left. There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return.
Well, time to say goodbye to the Iberian Sea breeze, I guess.
Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merida,
Try not to drop into Iberia next time. You got that?
Merda.
Sure. Let's all stay nicely put into our own worlds.
As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door.
Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door.
Someday, I hope we can meet again.
Who the heck is this? Who the heck? Oh, that's. Who the heck is you?
Cool.
Wait, are there two doctors? Who are you? Who are you people? Where'd you come from?
We shall take our leave.
Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island, defending the vessel masses, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, subliminating them away. Then, is this Ye Hongwan? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine.
You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body.
Huh? What? We all just came through the dimensional door after Rhode Island's... Rhodes?
You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a lobotomy court branch.
I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug at my heart. An ego I don't ever recall extracting. Roshanante, prithee avail me but 5 more minutes of...
Scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes.
But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Solda? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Solda, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yuaraboba. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Solda. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't gonna lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again.
There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it.
Worth of life? I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what exactly it was supposed to mean.
You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals.
Even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart.
You have to keep walking.
Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking the sinners up one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. like they were just pulled out of a long dream. And with that, we say goodbye to the Arknights event. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. This event was a lot of fun. I did really enjoy it. It was a lot longer than I thought it was, so I do regret leaving it for absolute last minute, but, I've never really been a fan of Arknights, and this doesn't really change my mind about it. I'm not gonna go out of my way to play Arknights, but for people who really like Arknights, or even people who are neutral about it, for example, me, this was a really fun event. You know, it was kind of nice to get a little bit of a peek in the lore and the world building of Arknights without having to, like, dig super deep into it. It was like a nice glance over of the premise, I think. That being said, you know, like I said, I've never been huge on Arknights, mainly just because I think it's overhyped as crap. Literally every single... Anywhere with mods, there's something related to Arknight, and all the comments are always about how, like, oh my god, Arknights, da-da-da-da-da-da. And so, I know it is a little unfair to Arknights for me to judge it based purely on that, but that's just how it is. After years of seeing countless mods of Arknights and people shouting from the rooftops about how fantastic it is, it just kind of inherently makes me dislike it. Not that I think, like, I imagine if I played it, it's probably fantastic, but it has certainly driven me away. So it was nice to get a little bit of a peek behind the veil. So either way, it was still a really fun event. I am glad that Limbus and Arknights teamed up, because it honestly kind of seems like their worlds really work together pretty well, but I didn't go out of my way to get the ego for this event, mainly because I don't like the FOMO stuff. That's just me. But yeah, I liked it. All the characters seemed cool. I really liked Mare's. Even though her betrayal you could see coming from 3 miles away. Although not for the reason that I thought it was. I thought she was just going to stab us in the back, but no, it was a little bit different. So I saw it coming, but in a different context. But either way, I am glad to have played it. I am glad to have been here for it. But, you know, did it change my view on Arknights? Not really. But either way, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.